And we should be live. Hello everybody. It's been a while since I did one of these, didn't I? But yeah, I'm working on a new project. It's a small project though, so it's almost done already. But for those who don't know, you know, I have this big shower patch planned for FE9, FE10 with like new maps, new story bits, and everything like that. But I realized that by the time I finish that, years will have gone by. So until then, I should make something smaller that doesn't change the game too much. And has a lot of impact with smaller changes. So I've been kind of working on that in the background. And I am mostly done with it. I can quickly go through some of the changes. We can talk about it briefly here. There we go. Huh? Is the stream working? Hold on. Chat, please tell me, can you hear me? Because YouTube just gave me an error. That just made me a bit unsure. But I think it is working now. That's so weird. YouTube is getting more and more shit by the day. Okay, thank you. That is very good to know. Yeah, now I can see it. So, what are the changes for this? Just to go over them really quickly. You can find it on the gamedev server, link in the description. But it's essentially, I'm changing basis, growths, caps, weapon ranks, levels, skills, and better availability for all units and classes. But unit identity stays intact. Stronger weapon triangle. Generally, weaker units and lower weapon ranks earn your units. You know, no longer like instant death buttons like Nyla or the Black Knight. Non-brainless choice between regular Laguz and Royals, because Form Shift, nobody starts with Form Shift, but it is a rare skill scroll that any Laguz can use, so you can just give it to a Laguz you like if you are able to find or buy it. And adjusted Laguz gauges, so they're not as big of an issue. More Olivy Grass, Laguz Stones, and earlier Laguz Gems. Changes to all shops. And this is one of the big things for availability. You can change specific units between Icon Micaiah and 3-7. So for example, if you bring Braum to the map, you can talk to Meg with Braum, and then you get a little prompt saying, what do you want to happen, right? And what can happen is, selected by the player, either Meg joins Ike's army, Braum joins Micaiah's army, or everything stays the same. And you can, if you've had some deaths on one or the other side, or you're like, let's say you're like, I'm using Gatry anyways, but, you know, my Toro Neo, or my Toro Neo died in Micaiah's army, or I didn't get Aaron, then you can just swap over Braum to be used on Micaiah's army instead, for example. So it should help with the Iron Man ability a bit. Speaking of which, way less game over conditions. I've changed pretty much all game over conditions to just be Micaiah dies, Elincha dies, Joffrey dies, Ike dies. And that's pretty much it. All the other ones are generally changed. Apart from some minor ones, like, or where it's like fitting, like for example, Laura needs to arrive in 1-3, I think it was. So she is a game over for that, just due to the objective of the map. But outside of that, I've removed all the bullshit game over conditions. The tier 3 mastery skills are no longer OP. There's this little skill list at the bottom, but they usually don't do extra damage if they have like a different effect. And then some skills like Guard and Flourish are made useful. Flourish, for example, you get much earlier, and it doesn't cost any skill points. So you can just use it if you want to as a free addition of sorts. And then Guard works 100% of the time. Hidden Treasure is now only coins, but spans over most of the map. So you just stumble across the treasure instead of looking up a guide. Largo as a playable, the only addition, because he's the only one that's missing from FE9 to FE10 because they couldn't bother making animations. He will just use warrior animations, but you know, it is what it is. Slightly adjusted affinities. One of the bigger changes, Ike starts with axes, but Ragnell and Irvin are swapped. Irvin is also now an Ike PRF. And Ike is a bit lower level too. Weak items rebalanced, longbows, wudaos, stilettos. More deployment slots and better availability, but no green or yellow units on most maps. No playable Burger King. OP units like Nyla nerf, but more available. All Herons have a locked Paragon. In general, units who have Paragon and Herons get Paragon for free, but you can't take it off of them. You still get the same amount of Paragons to use on your units. It's just that these units have a locked Paragon on top. And then you will no longer need safe transfers to see everything. And then these are the current skill changes, like Renewal heals a bit more. Deadeye doesn't do bonus damage, but still sleeps the enemy. So all of these went from just being insta-kill skills to, you know, having the original effect you almost never see. And, you know, hopefully that'll be a bit more interesting. That being said, I will not talk about the actual changes all that much, other than the small introduction. What we have for the agenda today is I still need to fix some shops for part 3 and onwards. I had the idea of, since you no longer get Irvin as like a additional axe since it's locked to Ike, I thought it would be pretty cool if you can find pieces of Gurgurant, which is Ashnard's sword, and reforge it into a weapon of your choice. Let's say sword, lance, axe, bow, knife, for example. And I need to fix some hidden item locations because I messed up the order in the code there. So that's what we're gonna do today. If you guys have any questions, do let me know. But it's been a while since I did this. I think the first thing is what we should probably do is the easiest thing, where we should fix the hidden items, which we're gonna do quite simply. Will there be an SS rank axe? Well, the idea was to get Gurgurant, which you can reforge into a weapon of your choice, but I'm still unsure about the Irvin change. Maybe I just give Ike a free SS rank and then he can always use it early, but then others can still use it later. We'll see. But what we'll do here is we kind of need to... Let me open up Serenus Forest for the map of where, or on which maps there are hidden treasure. I'll have it on my second monitor. But we should go through these because there's a couple of issues in there. Here, I think it's 104. Yep. And gotta make sure that this is kind of visible for the viewers. That should work. We need to take a look at... Where is it? Hidden treasure... Wait, did I just completely remove the hidden treasure? No, I didn't, right? I think it's just further down. Here. No, that's door open. Here. That's the hidden treasure. So the issue is, you can specify 2 coordinates, and what should happen is it makes a box. In this case, it's 1812 to 520. But the issue is... I had it start at the top right and end at the bottom left, when what it should be is it starts at the top left and then goes down to the bottom right. I'm assuming that the Wishblade and Alandite specificati are also changed and axe users aren't just screwed out of a weapon. Well, the idea was that Ragnell is pretty busted and Irvin is kind of Gryle's axe, so it makes sense that it would be an Ike PRF. But I'm not 100% on that yet. The idea was, you know, you can reforge Gurgurant into an axe if you want to. But maybe I should just add like an additional SS rank axe. Just so they're not screwed out of it. But it's one of those things that so far in the future that I'll have to think a little bit more about it. For now, I just want to try to work on this. But yeah, what we need to do is we just need to change the coordinates a bit, so it should be 512. And from 512 to... I think this is the seas tile. To 1820. Where is it here? And that should fix that. Next up, chapter 4. We kind of got to go through all of these. That's the treasure boxes, get random treasure. 11.5. Here. So that one starts, and then 17, 16. Pretty sure these ones worked. It's just if the first number is higher than the second one, where it can cause issues, so I guess let's just check those. That should also work. That should also work. Actually, this one might not. Let me see. That is 8, 9. Just here. 2, 1, 22. Yeah, that's an issue. Should be here. So 1, 9 to 822. So we kind of just swap these two out. Other ones should be fine. And then next one, 108. This one is also borked, I think. 108. Also, YouTube is unfortunately disconnecting every now and again, so please do keep in mind if I don't answer something. No, I got all the messages, but sometimes it just, I don't know why it does that. It just does. YouTube has been, like, getting worse and worse, so there's nothing I can really do about it. Meg is already okay in this patch. Yeah. It's fun to cook a meal while listening to this. Yeah, I mean, it's... I could have just done this on my own today, but I figured it's been a while since I did one of these streams, and this project shouldn't take too long. And it is actually kind of motivating to know that there's people watching and you have to make some progress. Because if I just sit and do this by myself, then sometimes it can get a bit like... You can get a bit lazy with it. Yeah, this one seems to work. I think this one might be an issue. Let's check out 109, because I think 2610, yeah, that works. That also works. It's this map. So 2610. Yeah, that works. 1010. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. This is the one. 2916. So it starts here. And it goes to 30... 35... 10. So that is definitely wrong. We gotta do... Yeah, we just gotta swap these two out. So 10 and 16. I guess I don't even need the map for this then. I just gotta make sure that the numbers on both of these are lower. 10, 28. Alright, because if I do 10, 10 now, this should be... Starts top left and then it goes right, yeah. That one should be correct, and then this one is 16, let's swap these two out. And double check it. 23 to 24, 29, yeah. Yes. Okay, next one. I should probably just control F. Get random treasure. Control. I think I just removed it from this one because it was annoying. It's not here. It's not here. There is one here. This is 20 or 2 map 3, okay. So that should be fine though. Let's see, 204. Is that Joffrey? That is Joffrey's charge. This one's fine. This one I need to swap. This one's also fine. This one is fine. Swap. That was 26. That one's fine. And this one also needs to be swapped. This is a pretty simple one to do, luckily. So I want to get it out of the way first. That works. Both of those work. This one definitely I need to double check. It's the big map where Lyncha's retarded, isn't it? No, wait. No, it's the other one. It's the one where you first get, like, Brahm and stuff back in this army. So let's see. Yeah, I think I just need to swap the numbers, really. Let's just do this. Actually, I can just control X them like that, I think. Right? Let's double check that. Six, 24, yeah, that works. We do the same thing here. There we go. Then that one's fine. That one's fine. That one's fine. That one's fine. Actually, that's not the treasure. It's only. Wait. Oh fuck! I can't control why these. God damn it. Okay, let's revert all of them. You can control Z, you can't do control Y for whatever reason. It's really bad. I wish you could. There we go. And there we go. Okay, 304 is done then. That one's fine. All of those are fine. All of those are fine. That one is a swap. I really hope one day YouTube will stop constantly disconnecting me for absolutely no reason from the chat and then reconnecting me like 50,000 times per stream. Like, I really don't know what it is. If it's like my internet provider or something, but it's been pretty constant. It's fine. That one needs to be swapped. Hey, Hero! Long time no see, my man. Oh, that should be good. That should be good. It's fine. Oh, wait. I get random treasure. It's just that one. How you been, brother? Doing okay, honestly. Could be better, could be worse. Was sick for a bit, but now I'm working on this little smaller rebalance. Not the shower patch, it's just a smaller one. Because I realized by the time I finish shower patch, I'll be like, it'll take a couple of years, so I'm making something smaller until then, which I would say mostly done with. Mostly it's not fully, so we're working a bit more on it. I just gotta fix some of these values, so all the hidden treasure actually works. If you guys have music wishes, by the way, do let me know. I've just put on the music playlist, the stream music playlist, and it's currently playing Rand's X Normal Battle Extended. I'm craving a hot dog for some reason watching this. Well, I don't know what's making you crave a hot dog, because this is, you know, kind of... I mean, it is kind of a chill stream. You can just chill out, talk about me doing weird coding stuff in the background. And, yeah. But I didn't know I was so hot dog inducing. It's just those 5. All of those are correct. See, past lot sometimes does good things, but then other times he just fucks up. Ah, that's the desert map. That's correct. Wow, all of these are correct. I expected at least one stinker in there. Aha, here's the stinker. The first 2 values have to be lower than the second 2 for some reason. Because it can make a square like that, but it needs to start at the top left and end at the bottom right. That works. And I think this is the tower. I don't think there's any hidden treasure in the tower. No, doesn't seem like it. Alright, well, that is all of the hidden item changes. There we go. I probably should have saved before I closed that. No, it still saves. Okay. Let's compile and save again just in case, because I'm paranoid. But the next thing we gotta do is all the shop changes from part 3 onwards. Because... let's see, you know, this is something I'd need a stash for. Because stash would be really good at, like, autistic item changes. Stash patch did tell me that. Which, by the way, I think I'm gonna continue. Maybe tomorrow, we'll see. Alright. Okay, so this is the shop editor. And you can change who you get in the shop editors. For example, in map 1-3, you don't have a shop, so there's no shop vendor value. And then this is, you know, the merchant caravan gang. But then if you look a bit into the other ones... here, this is the generics from Joffrey's squad in Joffrey's charge, I think. And then you go back to the others. I'm pretty sure this one's also different. This is 3-6, so this is the Dane army shop, but without Mutton or Mustin or whatever he's called in the other two. I'm not sure what exactly this determines, like from what list it takes the portraits, but you can change it. That being said, that's not what we really want to do. The main thing we want to do is check the items here. Here. And I've already changed a couple of these, but not all of them. Let's check the weapon shop, because... yeah, here it shows you all the regular items, and as you can see, I did add Worm to most of these. Because you do have playable Peleus earlier. That being said, I did realize that Dark Magic is incredibly overpowered. So I'm almost tempted to make it droppable only. Instead of you being able to buy it. Because even the basic Worm Tomes is really good. And I don't even think I made it good. I think it's just like you have 3 Dark Mages in the entire game. It's Peleus, Izuka, and Veyona. 2 of those are bosses, so it kind of didn't matter what strength Dark Magic is. And by the time you get Peleus normally, the game is almost over, so it doesn't really matter. But maybe that's for another time. I'm also a bit unsure, like, how exactly I want to do the part 3 stuff, because... let's maybe take a look at the changes I made for the characters first. Maybe that'll help me a bit to decide. Because it's been a while since I did these shop changes, so I don't have, like... my idea of when you get what is not as good. I guess I don't even... it doesn't even show the United stats here. Yeah, Ika's level 4. Maybe I should just wait on these until I replay that section. And then we just try to do the eventing stuff. Because I think... I'm not even sure. I might have actually changed some of these already. But not all of them. Dark Magic that overpowered. It has pretty good stat, but in 1-5, Peleus didn't feel too strong. Just maybe drop it, hit a bit. It already has Thunder Tier accuracy. That's a solid idea. We can take a look at that. Because Worm has 8 might. And that is comparable. That's better than Arc Thunder. And Worm is the weakest one. You have Karo with 10, Varine with 15. That's like better than the SS weapons. And Balbarif has 20. Like, that's really strong for a... but I guess you can only really use it with Peleus, but still. Let's maybe give it -10 hit across the board. And hopefully that'll be that. That's a siege tome. Let me check the other siege tomes, because I think... Yeah, Fenrir is already relatively... Actually? No, we can bump the accuracy down a bit. So we just do plus minus 10 in that. That should be fine then. Yeah, I'm a bit unsure of what I should give them item-wise, so I think what I will just do instead is... I'll take a look at the script and work on that. First of all, let's just close all of these down so it looks a bit more organized. And then we need 308 actually. And I had AT machine help me a bit with, you know, making this code. But I don't know why it is, but sometimes if I look at code, my brain just implodes. Here, this is the code we made. But the thing is, I can't really... I guess I can test this? But I can't test it all that well. I'm still just gonna, I think, duplicate it. And then make the other ones. Let me just check, because, yeah, Meg Talk new, that's the new one. It's the talk with Braum we added. Because the issue is, we added code to this, but it's a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit everywhere. So I don't think he normally has a talk with her. Let me just check Chap, because that's the talk between Braum and Zihark. I think that's a vanilla one. If only AT Machine was here, he'd know what to do. I almost feel like this is a vanilla talk, because it has the unknown data here. And it has, like, Japanese text, which, let's just translate that. Yeah, this is Japanese for Chap to Meg. Which Chap's Braum's Japanese name. So I guess this... Does it really exist in the base game? Because I don't... I somewhat remember it, but I remember... I guess they don't have a battle convo because they can't fight each other. So maybe that is just what it is. Let me check the wiki for it. Does it say anything here? Braum. Hey, Xander. The wiki doesn't say anything about Braum and Meg having a convo, but it doesn't really say much about convos in general. Wait, rivals collide, conversations. Ah, that's the info convos. Let me check the script. In battle. Bulky with Jill, with Seahawk. Braum talks to Meg. Indeed, so that is a vanilla conversation. Liar, 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 pants on fire. Okay. Yeah, this is the one that checks if Zehark and Braum had an A support in FE9, and only then can you get the convo. So that's also vanilla. I think I'll just do a little comment here. Vanilla convos. So this doesn't happen again in the future, and I actually know that these are vanilla convos. Alright. Left Zehark. Wait, these are also vanilla combos. Or no, those are the recruitment convos. To get Zehark back. Here, this is the new one, okay. Make talk new, this is new. So I think we just, again, do new combos. Just for organizing it a bit. And then we need to change these anon FN. I forgot what this was like for, but I think it is... Okay, it just needs to be defined here and then called here. Clear all sub-items. This shit is so confusing, bro. Like, I helped write this code, and I still have no idea what it is, in spite of the comments. The pain of not being, like, actually competent at coding and never having properly learned it, and then doing coding things. Okay, let's see. Let's try to understand this. So, V4, 5, and 6 are the 3 dialogue options. And then V7... Right, V7 checks which one you picked. This one checks if they're available. At 0, they should all be available. This one checks which one you picked. If you picked 0, which is the first option, 2, which is the second option, and 2, which is the third option. Let me note this down. First dialogue option. Make joins. Update mess file. Second dialogue option. Braum turns red, joins Dawn Brigade. Meg joins Ice. Or Meg turns blue. Joins Ryle Mercs. Hey, Yanichu. I'm just working on some of the coding things here, and it's difficult to wrap your head around if you're not super competent at coding. But I'll figure it out. All right. So, blackout, okay. Let's also add a comment here. Actually, what is V3? I guess V3 just checks if the dialogue option is available in the first place. Is dialogue option 1 available. We just copy this over. Because normally for these variables, you give them recognizable names. But in all of the code of FE10, they are not recognizable names. They are just numbers. And then this is the dialogue. Dialogue 1. Dialogue option 1. Dialogue option 2. And dialogue option 3. We'll need to make new ones for these. They're assigned to these numbers. Okay. Yeah, and then 7 gets the result. Option result. Okay. So all the code really happens in here. Let's see, talk and join. See, what confuses me is this. Because I don't remember about that. I really don't remember about that. Let me maybe put a link to the stream in the general server too. Streams and videos. Live now. Because it would be nice if we can get SG to help out a bit with that, since he was the one who initially helped me with that. Because realistically, this is all I need, right? Because this is just, you know, the dialogue menu. Sorry, not SG, ATM. ATM, not SG. See, I saw your name and it was burned into my memory because you always make the most cursed comments ever. Because this is the new Meg talk, but what is confusing about me is this is the event that happens when Zihark joins the enemy, I guess. But why does it clear the sub-items? Because the sub-items are like the like healing items, stat boosters, it's in that territory. And we're already transferring the team in this menu. That's what's confusing me. Right, and then this just checks, okay, is there a talk convo? Can Braum initiate a talk convo with Meg? And if they can talk, then do add on FN40 and play this talk. Alright, let's note this down as well. If Braum can talk to Meg equals 0. I guess 0 is true. Then let's talk check. Let me check this one. Then check. Oh, this is what makes sure that that you can't do the talk again, I guess, but or if she's already on your army. Okay. When I talk to Meg, then do talk check 0308 Meg. What languages? I think it's C. Some variety of C, but I have no idea. It is EXL, but again, I think it's C based. Then do check talk. Okay. I just have to comment it out for my brain so I can properly understand it again. Wait, it's not then do. It's and talk check meg. It goes through. Then play or run anon FN40. And we can check anon FN40 again. Which is where... Huh? No, see, this is again what I'm weirded out by, because I don't think this is correct, right? It should play this one. Why is it not playing this one? Yeah, this one's never specified. Because this is the menu for picking a dialogue option. But never anywhere else in the code does it say that it should call this code. So I think what I did is I just copied the data for the Zhar code. What music is this? It is right here. Gears of Fortune, Bloodstained Ritual of the Night Ost. Egg Fat Lost New. What? What the Shrigma? It's pretty good, honestly. I just have like a stream music playlist that I play. Might be called from outside the file. No, it's definitely not. It's definitely not. It's all in this file. Just keep in mind. So I'm pretty sure what happened was I tried to do it myself by doing it like this. And copied it in. And then we realized that it's wrong. And I asked AT Machine for help. And then we wrote this one. But we never kind of like connected it to the other ones. So I'm pretty sure whenever it calls for anon FN40, we should instead have it call for anon FN32. Makes sense, right? With the dialogue, MS's dialogue, for, well, this is just left Zhark right now, but we're gonna change all the dialogue stuff later. Yeah. Because in this is the one that kind of plays when Meg becomes blue, right? Meg turns blue, but it's the same one as here. I'm just weirded out by the clear items one. We can also insert the talk event join. Actually, let me check the one for Zhark here again. Names are a bit too confusing. Can you easily tell anon FN39 from anon FN40? No, you can't, but the issue is this is how the game is coded. This is how all of the code looks like, so it's difficult to tell. And I'm not sure if you can define them as anything else, because there might be some code in the game that I don't know about that like causes issues if they're not in a specific like format. That's what I'm worried about. Wait, it's now giving me an error for anon FN32. It calls anon FN32. Oh, is it because the order of things is wrong? No. It gets defined here. Why is it giving an error? Let's see. Incorrect number of arguments. Huh? Incorrect number of arguments? No, it doesn't eat like the... Why is that throwing errors? Why is that throwing errors? Because this is anonymous function 32. And it gets called here, right? I define it at the top and I call it at the bottom. Because FN32 has no arguments. Why does it have no arguments? Isn't this the... Am I not defining it here? Like, this is the definition and this is when it's called? Because if we go to 40, which is what it called beforehand... 40 works. Why does this work and this doesn't? Oh, wait. Because this one has V0, I guess? Do I just need V0 here? Is that what fixes it? It does, okay. Sure, I need to define a V0 here that I don't use any further in the code just so it works, I guess. That's a bit stupid. Yeah, I don't know why it does that. But I guess it works now. Or wait, no. No? It does, I think. Okay, but with that, this one should work. So, again, we have all the code here that looks at the dialogue options. So this should work. Okay. So if all of this works, then I think we don't need this one, so let me just comment this one out. It's maybe macroed or something. I really don't know what it is, but if I've learned one thing, it's that this game is held together by duct tape, and I don't really want to tear off the duct tape. But what we're going to do is we're going to copy this one. We're going to check for... You know, I think let's maybe not make it 32. Let's maybe make it 50. Because then it's more easily recognizable that it starts at 50. So let's just change all of these to 50. Because 32 is below some of the vanilla ones. And ideally, I want this to be very clear that anything 50 and above is my shit. I think. Some strange language I haven't seen before that looks very much like C. It is its own language. I think it's not exile, X something. Symbol redefined in same scope. Oh, it's defined twice now. Oh, yeah, makes sense because I just copied it. Okay. But yeah, if we change this to 51, it works again. Dawn can code? No, I can't. That's why I'm struggling. Okay. So, we have Meg to Ike. Can make like a little X in here. So Meg and Braum can join to Ike. Okay, let me put those on. I have a music request. Well, let me search for those. There we go, last battle decision. I can put that on the list. In die Wiedergabeliste. And then Tales of Fantasia Final Act SNES version. Come on. YouTube is hanging again. There we go. Final Act SNES version. Is there an extended? There is. In die Wiedergabeliste. I just have to take a look. Yeah, they're at the bottom. Let's switch over to those right now since you asked for them. Nice. I will have those play then. Thank you as well. Okay, but yeah, we have... Let me do it like this. Meg to Ike with Braum, that's done. Braum to Dawn Brigade, that's also done. Iliana to Dawn Brigade, that'll be a bit more complicated. Let's do Nephany. Let's do Nephany. Next, so... So, Nephany to Dawn Brigade via Braum. So. Okay. Hold on, let me close my door. My sister just came in and gave me some spaghetti. Sometimes she just cooks something and then she opens the door, she brings me a plate full with food, and I'm happy. I don't even really like spaghetti, but she really loves it, so she makes it a lot. That's weird. In your function, you set V4, 5, and 6 to 0, and then check if either of them are 0. I'm pretty sure this is how it is coded, because this is based off of original code for when you select your Heron. But we reworked it. So, yeah. But yeah, we set all of these to 0, and then we check if they are 0, make it available to be selected. What's going on? Coding! Equals is overloaded? What do you mean overloaded? I mean, I'm pretty sure this one works. I haven't tested it, to be fair. But I'm pretty sure this one works. Coding what? Coding team changes. Like, I'm not sure what the issue is, John. Okay, I would say let's change 51 here. You set it to 0. It should be 0 in the check afterwards, unless equals can fail, which would mean that it is overloaded. I have no idea what that means. What does overloaded mean? Let me pour myself another drink. X equals 0 and then check if X is 0, but it is because you just said it. Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't really care if it's clean as long as it works. As long as it works and doesn't cause issues in the game, I don't really care what it does, or what it looks like, or if it's correct. I just want it to work, even if it's scuffed. You overwrite the operator with what you want it to be. Is that wrong? Like, is that wrong? Though? Like, if it works? Because I need to make it something. I need to make it something. Let's also have some more notes here. Meg and Brom team swaps. Some language you can give a new definition for operators like equals, we can then make it fail. But I'm basing this off of the vanilla game code, so this should work. Team swap Nefany. Brom is on. Right, again, this is the dialogue stuff. We'll change that later. This is also the dialogue stuff. I can change that later. And then this is what counts. So transfer Meg turns blue. Right. So in this case, it's... Let me check what her ID is. I think it is written the same way. PID Nefany, yeah. Transfer Nefany. And get her ID, or get Nefany, and then transfer her to be blue. There's some sort of weird and unsafe multi-thread thing going on. I would not be surprised. Again, keep in mind, this game, they were scrambling to even make it to the release date. And they had so much more planned, and so much that they needed to cut. And they were so fucking worried about this game being too difficult for people, which is why you have all the game over conditions. They were worried about people getting soft lock. But hey, again, if it works, it works. Right, so dialogue option 1. Nefany turns blue. Joins... Oh wait, joins Dawn Brigade. Which is what it should be. So this is wrong. I don't want to change this one. I want to change this one, right? Yeah, because Nefany would turn red. Actually, because the enemies are the Dawn Brigade. Right. Okay. So yeah, dialogue option 2. Nah. Neffany turns red, joins Dawn Brigade. I'm not even sure if we need a third one. A third option, right? Because either she joins you or she doesn't join you. And you can only do this with Braum. Only if Braum is there do you get the option to recruit her. And then I think the other one I was thinking of is Heather. Yeah. For which you need to talk with Neffany. And would the player actually do this in most runs? Probably not, but I want to make it an option at least. Okay. So in this case, we turn V4 into 1. So it's not 0. So dialogue option 1 doesn't appear because we don't need it. And then the other one is the nothing ever happens talk. Okay, I mean that's pretty simple. Yeah, it's literally just this, isn't it? Okay. Is on. Hold on, I should change this as well. In Dawn Brigade. Because you would talk to Braum with Neffany. Yeah. Next one. Team swap Heather if Neffany is in Dawn Brigade. So we make this one 52. All of this again stays the same. You won't get the first option. And the second option will instead transfer Heather. There we go. We'll turn her red. Make her part of the Dawn Brigade. Yep. Let me double check. So this is the team swap stuff. Let me check what this was called. I'm curious. Yeah, this is the one that we registered, so this is definitely new. I think I'm just gonna do this afterwards and double check Anon FN4. What are the main changes you're making? You can take a look at the Discord. There's a post in the gamedev Discord. I've gone through it at the start of the stream, so I don't want to go through it now again. I want to focus on getting some work done. But it's a smaller rebalance. Yeah, I guess we just continue with these ones then. Team swap Neffany if Braum is in Dawn Brigade. Team swap Heather if Neffany is in Dawn Brigade. So then we copy this one again. And then the next one, hold on, let me just note these down. Ilyana to Dawn Brigade, and you can initiate with Micaiah or Soph. So let's make this 53. Team swap Ilyana if... Or honestly, it should also be possible to do it with Zhark, I guess. Let's put Zhark in there too. In my list, at least. Give Jill and Ziark Miracle Plus so Oof doesn't lose his Iron Man again. What I did for that map is they just start blue. They just start blue, you can control them. And that already fixes a lot, and then Peleus is there too. And even if they die, it's no longer a game over condition. Team swap Ilyana if... Micaiah, Soth, or Seahark. And Dawn Brigade. Okay. Or should I maybe make it just Seahark? I do kind of like it if it's Micaiah and Sylph as well, though. That can recruit Ilyana back. In any case, I think we can make it a 3-parter, I guess. Or let's keep it simple for now and not make Seahark able to change via this. Because he's able to change by talking to any of the Lagoos. Yeah. So we'll continue to have this one just be Ilyana, which I'm pretty sure is Elise. Ilyana turns red, joins Dawn Brigade. Yeah. And the way I'm handling this as well is if you do decide that one of your units becomes red and joins Micaiah, then defeating them doesn't actually kill them, it just makes them retreat. Which is this whole live party skill, which gets removed after the chapter. Oh, okay. That's Ilyana one, okay. Noting it down in my list. Then the next one. Let's do Seahark. Team swap. Seahark. If... I did note it down as any Lagoos. But it probably should just be... No, I can't make it Mordecai and Left, right? Since they're in a different spot. I guess... yeah, we just do any Lagoos. If... talked to by any Lagoos. Again, the first option shouldn't be a thing, and then the second one... Seahark... This is the one where you play as Ike? Oh, actually, he turns red. So let's use this string. This is where they turn... Or, sorry, he turns blue. So we actually want to disable this one and enable this one. Having them retreat upon defeat in the chapter sounds reasonable enough. Because the interesting thing is, if you defeat, like, say, Aaron or Edward, they also retreat. But if you recruit Zehark to the other army and then defeat him, he actually dies. So it is very, very silly. So, and it kind of discourages the player to actually use the mechanic if they don't survive a kill in that chapter like the others. Right. This is the Zehark one, so yeah. 5. Yeah, this one is disabled. And then you can either pick to make him blue or do nothing. Okay. And we have Zehark. Then the next one. Team swap. Jill or Har. So, in this case we need all 3 again. So let me think. Jill is an enemy, so you'd have to talk to Jill with Har. In which case, this would be Jill. Jill would turn blue. Or the second result would be Har turns red. Is he just called Har in the PIDs? Let me check. It's just Har, okay. So that's that. Then next up is Nealuchi, who you can get to the Dawn Brigade with Vika. Team swap Vika. Or and Nealuchi. And again, we want every one of these to be available. So in this one, you'd recruit Vika, so Svise. Vika turns blue, joins Greilmerks. And then in the second one, it's Nealuchi turns red. I think again it's just Nealuchi, right? Oh, it's just Nealuchi. Nealuchi turns red, joins Dawn Brigade. And in the third one, nothing ever happens. I also double check, I think I didn't edit the N on offense, yeah. 52, 53, 54, 55, 56. So that is Vika and Nealuchi. Then next up is Tormod. Let's grab all of this. $57. Tormod is red, so it, and you can't recruit anybody with him, so it would be only the first option. And in here, Topak, Tupac, format turns blue. Team swap, format. Next one. Wait. Yeah, no, that is correct. 58. And that one would be Muarim. And in this one he is red, so he turns blue. Muarim. And dialogue option V5 is not there. So you can just turn blue. And then the other two are Largo and Khalil. I think these are the only ones that at least kind of make sense. 59. Team swap Khalil. And in this case, to the Dawn Brigade, so she will turn red, so it will be the first option that's gone. And here. We also double check because I think for her she may have a slightly different ID. No, it's the exact same. Khalil turns red. Obey Ouija, destroy Mario. No. Okay, right, so in this one, yeah, Khalil joins. And then this is 60. And in 60, it is again Largo turning red. Largo, yep. Okay. So then we have the code for this relatively done. Now we need to do a double check on the actual talk events, so... let me check. I don't know if I'm 50. I think it's defined further down, right? Yeah. So we need a handful more of these. Like that. That's 50. Let me do it via the numbers. 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59. And we do 60, and I think I'll keep the other ones for now. Or actually, I can just always recopy them. Right, and now we look through the others again. So Brahm and her. That's 51 is Nephany. Let me write this down in my doc. Heather joining is 52. Eliana joining is 53. Zhark is 54. Jill and Har are 55. Vika is 56. Tormod is 57. Mawarim is 58. Khalil is 59. And... wait, Mawarim? No, it's Largo. It should be Largo. Hold on. Largo is 60. And Nealucci is the same as Vika, so that is also 56. Brahm and Meg are 50. Okay. Right, so this is 51. 51 is Nephany. So if Nephany can talk to Brahm and play Anon 51, then 52 is Heather. So if Heather can talk to Nephany, then 53 is Ileana. So if Elise can talk to Zhark, I think I have to copy this one even. Because I want you to be able to talk to with either Zhark, with Mikaya, or with Soph. Right. Okay, yeah, so, okay, 54 is Zhark to Ike. So that means you have to... the initiator would have to be Lagoose, so... I'd have to double check which ones these are. Let me check the maps. Because I don't remember, I think... right, you already get Lyre and Kiza here. So Lyra and Kiza are definitely gonna have one. Honestly, maybe it should be just Beast Lagoose. Don't get any here. Who actually gets Skramir and Ranulf here. Yeah. And then in this one, I think you even get Raisin, right? Oh my god, there's so many. And I moved Mordecai and left to be with Joffrey. It's the only change. That's the only place where availability is arguably changed and not just purely improved. Okay. This means that for this one, you can talk with Liar to Zehark. You can talk with Isa to Zehark. You can talk with Lay, aka Renault. You can talk with Scrimir. And I guess even more Mordecai, Muarim. Yeah. Do you get any other ones? I don't want to put the Flying Lagoos in there for now, but... yeah, there's already plenty of ways to recruit Zehark, so that's probably enough, but I can always add more. We put on some different music. YouTube. And it's hanging again and not showing me half the website for some reason. Warring with a W? Yes, in the Japanese version he's written with a W. As is in the code. There's a couple of changes, like Ranulf is called Lay. Like the chips. Let's put some more Rance music on. Kichiku Rance Ontology Extended. And YouTube is hanging again. There we go. Like, Magalore, I'm not sure what you think of it, but I kinda want to make a version after I'm done with all my changes that just uses the Japanese names for characters. Because I think some of them are actually kind of funny or interesting. Like, Tormod is called Topak. Lay is for Ranulf. Chap is for Braum. Boyd becomes Bowl. Some of them are quite silly. Okay. That's Zehark. Zehark is 54, right? Yeah. Then we get 55, which is Jill. Which is you talk with Har to Jill. And that's the entire combo there. Then 56 is Nealucci to Dawn Brigade. Or Nealucci and Vika, I guess. So Vika is red, so you'd be talking with Nealucci to Vise, aka Vika. And that includes both their convos. Oh wait, does it? Yeah, it's both 56. No wait, 55. Oh, yeah, should be the bottom one here. Nealucci. And Visa. It's 56. 57 is Tormod to Ike. Which means Tormod is red, you talk with any Lagoose to Tormod. Or Danvet. Let's just make it Danvet for now. Oh, actually no, he's not called Danvet in the code. His name is one of the, like, craziest ones. Wuhalada. Yeah, he's called Wuhalada. Or Wuhalada. So if Wuhalada talks to Tupac, then you can recruit him. Bro, why did they call him Tupac? Tupac is alive and Tellius. Right, so it would be any Lagoose, so Liar, Kiza, Lay, Skrymir. And then additionally, it would also be Visa and Mawarim. Yeah. 58. Or you know what? I might as well add the flying ones to this as well. Yeah. Let's add the flying ones as well. So, for getting... Oh, wait. For getting Z-Hark, also get the option then of doing it with Vize and Nealucci. And I guess Raisin as well, right? And Raisin is another one that's weird. Ryusion. Just post this down there. Mecha? No, he's called Wahalada. I actually kind of like Danvet. Danvet is kind of funny. He's pretty ass in FE9, but... Or I guess it's Defton. Raisin the Riser. Let's see. So... Yeah, I think that would be all of them for Z-Hark. And then for mod, you can also have Ryusion here and Nealucci. Oh, it's double PID. Hold on, that's wrong. Of course, it should be once. No. Got Nealucci, Raisin. Should be all the ones for Tormod. 58 is Mawarim, again with any Lagoose, so we're gonna just make it very simple. We're just gonna copy all the ones for Tormod. Mawarim. And we'll just swap these ones out. It's probably faster. And Tormod, of course, can also recruit him. Racing is French confirmed. Seemingly so. Alright, and then that should be 58. Oh, not 588, 58. There we go. Yeah, so any of the Lagoos can recruit him. Oh wait, this one should be 57. Then 59 is Khalil. Okay. Actually, we can keep this. Because this would be you talk. I guess you talk to south. My little brother finished FE10 on normal mode and he said it was hard, only used Jill on the Dawn Brigade and recruited her with the Gryle Mercs. Well, in that case it will be hard, yeah. But yeah, going back to this, so 59 is Khalil. To recruit Khalil, Khalil is blue, so you'd have to talk with Khalil to south or with Khalil to Largo. And then this one is for Largo. And this one you talk with Largo to south or with Largo to Khalil. One to like any Lagoos plus Tormod. Let me just note this down in my docs. I will eventually make like a nice document where you can see all the changes. But for now it's not there yet, because it would be a lot of extra work for stuff that is subject to change. Plus Tormod. Yeah. Okay, that is a lot of it done. It's not super nice looking. Let me also double check that I actually wrote Liar and Kiza correctly. Yeah, it's Liar with an I, and it's... Oh, Kiza with an S, not a Z. So let's make sure we place all of those with Kisa. There we go. Okay. So now we have all of the anonymous functions. And I think we need to make all of these as well. Oh god. Oh god, how do I even begin with this one? I hate coding sometimes. I'll just make 50 of these. So This needs to check if you've already talked to a unit and if they're already blue. Like if you already recruited Meg, for example, and you can't talk to her again. Pal spelling is the right one, apparently. Keisha is more like Kiza than Kiza. No, I think the one with the Y and the Z sounds closer, because Keisha is very different sounding from Kiza. Or Kaisa. Kisa. Kiza. Funnily enough, the German version has a couple of name changes. Like, Haar is called Darahan, because Haar is just hair in Germany and it sounds weird. And Mist is called Alja, because Mist in Germany is literally cow shit. And then I think Bastion is called Yuri, for whatever reason. They could have just called him Sebastian, but no, they gave him a completely new name for some reason. Okay, let's see. So we need one for pretty much any character. So let's start. Let me just order these in my notes. I have not really played any of the Rance games apart from Sengoku Rance. But I gotta say, the soundtracks in those games are fucking amazing. Alright, here, this is the one. Oh, this one can be in 56 too. Now it's better ordered. Or I can even just make this always on top. There we go. Because I'm a Linux user. Alright, so we check one to see if Meg is in Ike's army. That is that one, that is correct. Then we do another one to check if... I'll do Chap. Let me double check this one, Meg Talk New, because I think I want to rename this. Yeah, it's the register here. We should rename this, I think, to... Is Meg recruited? Yeah. And then we just replace all of those. Because we'll need to make this at least a little bit more clear. There we go. Is Meg recruited? Oop. And then this one is Rom recruited? But for him, we'll need to check if he's on... Shit, which one was it? Is it yeah, transfer to team 1, so red. If Braum is red, so if he's on team 1. Then we have Nefany. Talk, check, Nefany. Honestly, I should probably rename these as well. Is recruited. Now I'll change all of these. Actually, before I do that, let me double check if this is called anywhere else, so I can just change it there too. Oh god, it's called in a lot of places. Didn't copy it that many times. Oh, it's because it's everywhere there. And those ones I made, okay. But we should be able to just replace all of those en masse, I think. Just quickly check. Yeah. So we're gonna change this to be... is recruited. Replace all. Yeah. Oh, maybe that wasn't a good idea. No, it's just because it's still on the bottom ones here. Okay. So is recruited. Let's make that the format for the others too, because I think it's easier for me to look at. Is recruited. Check. Is Nephany red? Is recruited. Then we have Heather. Is recruited. Heather. Is Heather recruited? Recruited. And then we check, is Heather red? Then Ileana is recruited. I did use chap. Let's make this prom. Let's keep the English names for these ones. Is recruited. Ileana is Ileana recruited. And then we check, is Alace, is she red? Yeah. Next up, Zihark. Is Zihark recruited? Hold on, I need to put the spaghetti somewhere else. It's bugging me. There we go. Okay. Is Zihark recruited? And we call for Zihark. We check for Zihark if he is on... He's on Team Blue, yeah. Then Jill. Is Jill recruited? And we check for if Jill is on Team Blue. Next up is R recruited. And we check, is R on Team Red? Then Nealucci. Is Nealucci recruited? And we check for Nealucci if he is red. Next up we go to... it is Vika. What language is this code in? It is its own code language. Exalt. Exalt is what it's called, but I think it's based on C. We check if Vika is recruited. is got recruited. Visa, which would mean that she's blue, so 0. Then Tormod is Tormod recruited. Check for Topuk, is he blue? Then we check for Muarim. Is Muarim recruited? And we check if Muarim is blue. And then is Khalil recruited? And we check if Khalil is red. And then we lastly check for Largo. Is Largo recruited? I check if Largo is red. This one we can delete. Is recruited and there we go. And we'll copy this so I can find it easier. Okay. So we have all the is recruited stuff. I'm gonna comment out the Zhark stuff. This is from the vanilla game, but I'm doing Zhark myself in a bit of a different way. So I'd like to just keep it like this. Now we have to define is Meg recruited and the others in the registry. So we'll just copy this and we will make... I need to copy it correctly. I think it's like this. Yeah. Just copy a bunch of these and we change them. Is Rom recruited? Is Nefany recruited? Is Heather recruited? Is Ileana recruited? Is Zhark recruited? Is Jill recruited? Is R recruited? Is Lucci recruited? Is Vika recruited? Is Tormod recruited? Is Marim recruited? Is Khalil recruited? And is Largo recruited? There we go. I also was thinking of doing the Raven Triangle attack, but I think the more I'm thinking about it, the more I kinda don't like it, because it would make all three of those very powerful. So I think, and I'm also not quite sure how to code it, so I think we'll just remove it. Okay, we have all the registers. Let's check for that one again. And I guess we do need this one to set if they are... Why would we even need this in a separate one, though? Can't we just set this in the dialogue option here? And I also don't get why we need to clear all sub-items. So I think we'll just have... We'll just kind of salvage this one and add a talk event join. To all of these. Which is just a background music change. And then we'll also have to write dialogue for all of these, but we can make it very simple. Doesn't need to be particularly extensive. When Mangs tells you that maybe the rebalance needs a Shadow Lord, Mangs would never. Mangs would never. And then he adds, well, to be fair, he doesn't add a Shadow Lord to his rebalances, he adds it to his games. But it's fine, it's not as Shadow Lordy as some of the others. Or I guess it's more of an Edge Lord than it is a Shadow Lord. Are you still giving XP for doing chip damage? Yes, I can't change the XP formula. Believe me, I would if I could. Because the hard mode XP formula is very, very stingy in this game. But I can't directly change it, so I'll just have to work around it. Right, and then we set is recruited afterwards. Yep, and I think we just gotta add this to all of them. Stash scared. And then we also need to set is recruited. I probably should have inserted that into these earlier, but oh well. You know what, let me just do this so I can easily copy it. So we have that for Braum, then for Nephany. Definitely only needs it here. You know what? I should just copy this in here. Oh. Copy and put it like right there. So I can easily copy it from there. Oh, that's a music change. That is definitely recruited. Then header. Do music change. Talk event meet. We set the registrar is header recruited. Onwards, Ileana. You know, I kind of feel like Yandere Dev right now, where I'm sitting here thinking, isn't there a faster way to do this? There probably is, but I'm probably also too retarded to know about it. Is Ileana recruited? Then Zhark. And set Braum. Is Zhark recruited? Next, Jill. Yonder Dev wouldn't have asked the questions, he would have banned you for asking him those questions. No, didn't he himself, quote, said, isn't there a faster way? I wish there was a faster way of doing this. And it was like else if, else if, else if, else if 500,000 times. And then later on he was like, actually that was ironic. I totally owned you guys. And everybody was like, no. No, you absolutely were serious. When I'm in a not finishing my game competition and my opponents are Thor, Dad Works at Blizzard's Guy, Yonder Dev, and Max. The ultimate trilogy. Though, to be fair, out of all of those, Max is by far the best one. Because at least Max hasn't made a living off of acting like he's good at coding, like the other two. And even though we shit on Max sometimes, I do still very much respect the fact that he's working at it, even if it's very slow. Okay. Hi, Xander. Xander, did you know if I would pronounce your name in German, I would call you Xander? That just occurred to me. Because there's barely any people in Germany with that name. But if Germans would pronounce it, it would probably be Xander. Okay, Tor God. I just need this one. Is Tor mod recruited? Mwarim. Honestly, I gotta say, Mwarim with a W instead of a U kinda grew on me. I think his name kinda looks cooler if it's with a W. Xander, but with an S. Xander. It wouldn't even be with an S, it would be pronounced like Xander, like that. With a K and an S. Xander! That sounds like something a Japanese hooligan would say in an anime. Kusunda! Oh god. Kexander. Okay, we got Mwarim, Khalil, and I think after this we might be done. At least with the coding part, and then we need to take a look at the dialogue part. Is Khalil recruited? We keep meaning to ask, but how's FE67 going? Any progress? Are we still in need of map makers? We're still in need of map makers. And for me, see, I kind of got back into FE10 hacking. And I realized that it will take probably 5 years or more until I finish one of the shower patches. So, and people definitely want an FE10 rebalance that's solid and doesn't do too much. So I wanted to make a small one. Which has low effort changes. In the sense that they don't cost me all too much time or effort, but have high impact. Bro is doing anything to avoid FE5. I'll get back to it, trust me, but I think FE5 is what genuinely burnt me out, because the maps are so horrible. Like, even Tearing Saga didn't tire me out that much. It's called FE67 because that's how many years it'll take to finish. I do want to get back to working on it after I finish this, which is why I'm working on this so much. Okay. Wait, I literally put it in the wrong one. I'm so retarded. Oh wait, I gotta do another thing. We're not yet done. It's ID live party. Yeah, here, GF complete. Oh god. So essentially what we're doing in the code here is if a unit becomes red, we don't want the player units to just kill them and then they just die, right? That's counterproductive to swapping the teams. So we will give every unit that becomes red the temporary immortality skill, hidden skill, which means if they die, they don't actually die. They don't count as dead after dying. And then we remove it afterwards, so they will still count as living. But don't have the immortality anymore. But we now need to go through all of the units that have the skill and see if they have it, and then replace it or clear it. So there's probably a really smart way to do this, where I don't have to make 50 variables that check if you have the skill. Have the skill IRL might be useful. It'll only work for a chapter though. So like 2 hours. Is this OSRS soundtrack? This is Mardek. Mardek OST. I don't even know what OSRS is. Yeah, this is Mardek. Mardek the goat. I'm gonna have a couple more Mardek tracks running. Like, I still think Mardek has some of the best soundtrack out of any Flash game. I think the other one that rivals it would maybe be Sunny 1 and 2. Those are also pretty good. Old school RuneScape. Oh. I see. I've tried old school RuneScape before, wasn't really my thing. But I don't really like MMOs anyways. Okay, guys. There is probably a way where we can just make it go through all units in my army and see if they have the live party skill. However, I am retarded. So I'm just gonna do it the stupid way. So we're gonna be making 50,000 variables at the end of the chapter. If it works, it works. This is what we call the Dawn Lot Special. Okay, and we only need this on red units, or units who turn red. So Nephany is included in that. So we do Nephany. Can you do objects? Campbell, I don't even know what objects are. I have no education in C or Python or anything. Tambo, I don't even know what a primitive type is. Like, you gotta realize, I have never learned how to actually code. And I have learned how to do hex editing and assembly. And Ghidra, reverse engineering, before I know how to code. I can't actually code, Tambo. I can just use my pattern recognition skills to see what the forebearers have given me. What the overworked Japanese businessmen from the early 2000s have put in here. that I can salvage to create my own creations. I can just do pattern recognition. I can't do coding, I can do pattern recognition. But even that one isn't like the best of the best. Okay, so Heather turns red. Ilyana turns red. Zihart can join Ike, so Zihart does not turn red. Communion with the machine spirits? Yeah. The Omnissiah. Jill to Ike would be making her blue, but Har... We need one for Har. Nealucci would also be turning red, so we need one for Nealucci. And then there's... Vika becomes blue. Format becomes blue. Moarim becomes blue. Khalil. Khalil becomes red, and Largo becomes red. So we don't need all of the other ones here. Now, we just change these to be like one higher. So we check for this variable. V3 is Ilyana. Does Ilyana have the skill Live Party, which makes her immortal? And if she does, remove the skill. And we check this for every unit which can become blue. Or red, rather, not blue. And this ensures that they don't retain their immortality afterwards. Congrats, you have at least 5% more coding skill than I have, which is -5. Well, here's the thing. It's like, I've been looking at code for probably a couple of years now over all this like modding stuff. And if I see a code example, I can use that to make similar code. But if you put me like in a room without the internet and you told me write a program that says hello world if you type in 36, I would probably just die of hunger before I beat it. I know like print and stuff, but I just don't know the syntax. I know like the theory of how coding works, but I don't know the syntax of any of the coding languages, and I don't have the time, money, or effort to properly learn coding. I wanted to like learn it at school before, but I kind of just... I can't really go to school because I don't have the money for feeding my family. Senior programmers can't do that either. So what you're saying is, it's not me that's retarded, it's everybody that's retarded. Interesting. Okay. Theory is more important than syntax. Yeah, I guess. See, for me, Tambo, I tried learning coding earlier. Largo and FE10, did you add them? Yes, it's the only new character I added. For me, the thing is, when I was younger, I was trying to learn like C or Python, and whenever I saw like a video tutorial, consistently I was like thinking like he was doing something, and I was asking myself, but what is that? It's like, oh yeah, it's just part of the code. It's like, yeah, but what actually is that? Like, what does this actually make the computer do? And I did not... It was like a barrier that made me completely unable to read and understand code. And I only was able to break that barrier when I looked into how ASM works, how hex editing works, how Ghidra works. Like, I'm the type of person who sometimes needs to learn things from the ground up just to be able to understand it at all. Synthesis is the most difficult part of coding. Luckily, you don't need to reinvent the wheel. Everyone edits and reuses. Control V is your best friend. Makes sense. I do hope eventually I'll be able to maybe learn a little bit of coding at university or something. If I can get able to get into university. someday. But I'm still only 23. Still have a couple of years before I probably should try to figure out a monetary solution. In any case, with this, we should now have all the coding stuff done. Which means it is now time to do all of the text editing. Wait until you're old and shriveled up like the rest of us? Soon. Soon. Dude, I swear to God, it felt like I woke up, or like yesterday I was 18 and now I woke up when I'm 23. And 23 is not even old, right? It's not even old. But when I started making videos, it was like I was always the youngest. Always. Apart from like 1 or 2 exceptions, I'm no longer always the youngest. I was the exact same way, by the way. I need to work with ASM first. APIs can be buggy and I tend to not trust others' work unless I see the hard math. Yeah, see, that was the issue for me as well. I really needed... And it's not like I can write ASM well either. But the thing that helped me the most to just understand the theory behind code is watching videos on YouTube that explain like NES games. How the ASM code for NES games works. Because NES games are complicated enough that they can have a save feature via like codes and stuff like that. But they're also... and they can have like actual mechanics. But they're also not so complicated that there's like 50 different systems working together. That you need... Where like if you want to change one thing, you need to change 50 others. 1 minute you're in your crib shitting in your diaper and suddenly you're 90 years old still shitting in a diaper. I hope by the time I'm 90 I won't be shitting in a diaper. But we'll see. Okay. Let me do a save. Very important before everything crashes and shits the deck. We need to go to the raw dialogue editor. And this is chapter 0308, so we need to go through E0308. I hope I don't make it to 90. Old age is cringe and for liberals. No, I do hope I make it to 90, because... if there's one thing I realized, it's that... Now, I don't want to generalize too much, and I don't want to, like, say nice things about boomers too much, but I've realized that there's a lot of old people which are really smart, and which have a lot of stories to tell, a lot of experiences to share, a lot of wisdom to give to the younger generation, a lot of books to write, and stuff like that. And I think I'd prefer to be like an 80 or a 90-year-old fart who can barely move his bones, but has like, I don't know, an AI slave. I'm like, okay, next line of the book. I'm on my 50th book that I just write in my free time, or I'm like Kaga and I'm just playing like Hearts of Iron 4. It's either that or like doing a last stand and dying. So yeah, that's also a huge male fantasy. Or like bleeding out in the snow. It's peak. Okay. TKOP. See, this is all of the dialogue stuff. And what we need is we need some new ones. "2080 Hearts of Iron 6 releases and it's worse than Hoi 5. I could see it. I still play Hoi 4 to this day. This is what's crazy to me, guys, right? Let me look it up when exactly it came out. Hearts of Iron 4 came out in 2016. Right? 2016. I bought it like a year after release. Let's see, 2016 I would have been 14. And I think I bought it a year later, so I was 15 when I started playing Hearts of Iron 4. I'm now 23 and I'm still playing it. I've been playing this shitty-ass game for 8 years. And I think that's kind of crazy, but then I realized... when I first played Warcraft 3 was released in 2001. And Frozen Throne in 2002. And I started playing it when I was 4 years old, which was 2006. And I still play Warcraft 3. Though not as much as Hoi 4. Stop saying 2016 like it was a long time ago. You're making me feel old. Well, maybe you are. Boomer. No, it's it wasn't that long ago. It's just, you know, I may not be as old as you. This doesn't help, does it? But I can still reminisce about good old times. I think this comment doesn't help at all. Now that I speak it out. 2016 was only 4 years ago. It does feel like that, doesn't it? In 4 years we'll be in the 30s, guys. You know, we're living in the roaring 20s, just like 100 years ago, and then it's gonna be the 30s. You know what happened in the 30s? Okay, let's see. So, I'm not sure which one this is, actually. Let me check which one, because I think these ones are just like the names. Because this is taken from the tower, so it's OP08 02A01. Yeah, it just says Raphael, for example. Raphael, Rayson. And this is the talk event. Okay. The beautiful Great Depression. So true. Speaking of the 30s, Donald, do you still have that mustache? The last guy living in the 30s with a mustache? Got up to some interesting stuff. No, I never had that mustache. I had a mustache, but not that mustache. But that aside, I can calm you down. I never plan to do to study art. And I also don't plan, if I would study art, to cancel or drop out. But I guess that's 90% of art students are, isn't it? Okay. I think we first of all need to do MS 0308. I was worried you were gonna take up painting. No, I'm gonna take up coding. And then I'm gonna drop out. No, I'm joking. Okay. So, dialogue option 1 would be Meg joins. How am I gonna structure these? So 03. Meg joins? I guess we'll do it like that. Placeholder. Meg joins. The Gryle Mercs. Yeah, I guess we just do it like that. MS 0308 ROM joins. And let's just copy this so I don't have to do it all the time. Or you know what, let's just create a bunch of new ones. Actually, no, let's do it one by one. ROM joins the Dawn Brigade. So it would be right, dialogue with 3 strings. So we need to make this one 0308 meg joints. Yeah, let's copy that. ROM joins. And then the third one, I have a very funny name. Actually, let's just call it Nobody Joins to keep the structure. But the dialogue is nothing ever happens. There we go. So we pick dialogue option 3. Nothing ever happens. Let me see what this one actually is. TK Thix. Never played the Telly's games. My forte is the GBA games. What are they like compared to the GBA games, and which parts do you feel need to rebalance? So FE9 is very much just feeling like FE10, like a little bit more of FE8. FE9 is very much very close to like FE6, FE7, FE8, all the GBA games in style, in stats. FE10 is a whole different beast because not only do you have 3 tiers instead of 2, you also have higher caps. You have very weird availability because you constantly swap between armies. And it's a very unique experience. It's like the sort of thing where there's a lot of potential and you like the characters a lot and you like the idea of the story, but the implementation of everything just isn't there, and you can tell that they ran out of time and probably also budget. TK06. I think we just took this one. Honestly, I think I don't even need... I think I'm just gonna comment this one out, because we don't need a talk event before all of these. It's faster if we just let the player pick. One map Narratino that upsets me is in part 1 is when it talks about how Micaiah leads her army through multiple victories. Gee, it's not like we could have played those maps for the experiences. Well, here's the thing, they probably wanted you to play those maps for the EXP, but they just ran out of time. They probably legitimately, because there's so many things in the code of this game that hint towards them being understaffed, or not necessarily understaffed, but them not having enough time to do it, them not having enough budget to do it, and anything else. Look no further than Sanaki's super squished overworld portrait if you ever need proof that FE10 was rushed. It was very rushed. And the feeling that I'm getting as well is... that, what was I gonna say? So, you know how if, for example, Edward dies in part 1, in map 3-7, where you fight the Dawn Brigade in the swamp map, Edward is replaced by a generic sword master, right? And there is actually code in the game for doing the same thing with Toro Neo, who you can't even deploy on that map, as well as Soph, who is a game over condition. And Toro Neo is also a game over condition until that point. So at some point in development, they were not game over conditions, and they even had backup plans for if they died. And it was changed. And then another thing is, on the map in part 1, where you get Tormod, Vika, and Moarim, if you bring Toro Neo on the map, he will have a dialogue whenever they appear, similar to Soph, where he's like, "Oh my god, I remember those guys. We fought in the last war together." And the interesting thing is, if Toro Neo becomes available for that map, he still says it. All you need to do is make him available. And you see the dialogue. Like, so it's very, very late into development, most likely, that they made things like all of the game over conditions, because they were afraid people were going to softlock, as well as remove availability from units. Because they were afraid that you were going to get them killed, I think. It's quite interesting to watch because I'm right now in the middle of creating a programming test for my students. Interesting. Well, I have a playlist with other hacking streams that you can take a look at if it's helpful to you for like the mindset of things, because I try to explain what I do, but also for some of them I don't do any like outright hacking. But yeah. Okay, we have nobody joins, Braum joins, Meg joins. Then, again, I don't think we really need a talk event here. We can just cut these out. We can still have the background music change. Like that. Worst fate for any game dev back then, running out of budget and time, yeah. This is some interesting trivia. Back in the 2010s, RD looked so gorgeous, as if they had all the time and budget to make it. Really puts things in perspective. It really does. I mean, the game looks good, and it has a lot of fun elements, but the more time you spend with it, the more you realize how flawed it is. It's almost like a marriage. Reminds me of an old SNES classic where the plot goes into hyperdrive once you get the last character because the devs ran out of budget and spice. Many such cases. Many such cases. Okay. So. We have just the dialogue box that either says Meg joins the Greilmerks, Rom joins the Dawn Brigade, or nothing ever happens. And then the other dialogue is removed. So that's the only dialogue we really need. Okay. Well then. We'll remove these ones too. And then this is Nephany. This one doesn't matter because it's not going to show. What will matter is the one where Nephany joins. 0308. Nephany joins. Nephany joins the Dawn Brigade. If it's like a marriage, can I kill it for life insurance? Well, you can cut contact with the community and never play the game again, but you're not gonna get money for it. RDS 3 Houses Syndrome, apparently all my favorite FEs are like that. People severely underestimate how much effort goes to creating a Fire Emblem game, especially nowadays where you not only have a lot of characters, but also a lot of support conversations. In general, I think the support conversation system is absolutely horrible. With the like CBAS support, I think it's absolutely horrible for the writers, because it means they always have the same structure, and it means you have to write a lot of dialogue, most of which doesn't really matter. What is better, I think, is either you do it like FE10, where you have the buddy support system. Anybody can support with anybody for the buddy support system, and you can get just gameplay bonuses that way. And then you instead have more like base conversations, for example, or map conversations. So instead of putting all the effort into the support comms, you do put the effort into the other things. Or you do it like Tearing Saga, for example, where all supports, either some supports just start already done, and you already get a small bonus if you're close, or over the course of maps, you can do talk conversations that improve the support. Because then you can exactly decide, is this relevant for this map or not? For also had an extremely rushed dev time. From what I've read, the entire game was playtested in 4 months, which explains a lot of the Gen 2 tomfoolery. The same goes for Shadow Dragon. Did you know that Shadow Dragon was developed, tested, and released in less than 1 year? I think it was like, I'm not sure if it was 6 or 9 months, but it was somewhere around that time. And keep in mind, the testing and the art department were outsourced to different companies. So my hypothesis is that they probably developed the game for like 5 months and then playtested it for 1. Because it's insane how quick the game was made, from creating all the assets and everything. There's a lot of baggage related to sports left over from FE6 that the series still hasn't shed yet. Yeah, I think Kaga is doing a better job with Berwick Saga and stuff for the supports, by just making it unique convos. Okay, let's see. Let's continue. MS 0308. Navani joins. Nobody joins. Unrelated to Fire Emblem, but Tekken Tag Tournament 1 was developed in like 3 months or something, but it was basically Tekken 3.5. That's kind of insane, because I fucking loved Tekken Tag Tournament 1 as a kid. I've also read that FE11 and FE12 had their development documents worked on at the same time, which would actually explain Sedgar and Wolf in FE11. Explain it how? That's the first time I've heard of that. FE1 was built from the Famicom Wars engine, so it's not like they started from scratch in that period. No, not FE1, FE11 for the DS. FE11, because the only engine they had was the Wii and the GameCube one, but that one worked very differently from the DS one. If anything, the closest thing they have was probably the GBA engine, but I don't think it's related to the GBA engine, because it's missing a lot of features for that. I'm pretty sure they worked on it from scratch for the DS remakes. You know, let me also, just for completion's sake, do this. Okay, that's the Nephany event. Tokens are gone. Heather. Move the talk events. We change these two out as well. There are joints. There are joins. Heather joins the Dawn Brigade. What does Gurgurant Reforge mean? Ashnard's personal weapon? Yeah, so the idea was, I was considering making... I want to swap the position of Ragnell and Irvin. Because I'm giving Ike access on tier 2, but, you know, Ragnell is later. So, I was considering, since Irvin would be a PRF, for Ike, you could instead find some remains of Gurgurant, which is Ashnard's personal weapon, and reforge it into a weapon type of your choice. The idea is that their growths were supposed to be for FE12, which would explain why they are so high. Growths in FE12 are higher, and with Setgar and Wolf joining so late, it would explain the growths. It would, but here's the thing. Violent and Roshi join in the same chapter, and it's not like they have particularly higher growths, do they? Let's take a look, because if we take a look at Setgar... Yeah, see, this is Shadow Dragon. And FE12. These are still pretty high. But maybe you're actually right. Because they also join on level 10. Let's check Violent, for example, because he also joins in the same chapter. He joins at level 8. But his growth rates are almost the same, so... I mean, it could be. But even then... Let's see how their bases are. Setgar's bases are arguably higher than Violence, so... I'm not really sure. If there's something good or interesting in supports, it should be in the main story. I agree. I agree. And people don't realize how much effort it is to write supports unless you have somebody who really, really likes to write supports. Let me actually just put this on my second monitor. Okay, Heather joins the Dawn Brigade. Talk events are gone. This one, too. Next up, Ileana. Nobody joins. Nobody joins. Ileana joins. I have no idea, it's just a theory I've heard. Could be a case, or it could be the Manx theory. What is the Manx theory? I don't think I've heard of that. Also, I'm not sure if we're gonna do Gorgorant Reforge today. I think I'll probably leave that. I mean, we can talk about it, but we're not doing the changes today. Because this is already taking... I was not planning on doing this today, but it kind of just ended up doing it. Like, serious that it's something to do with them being pre-promotes in FE11 as opposed to being standalone classes like they were in FE1. I think that is the case, and I think it's not a case of them accidentally messing it up. I think it's a case of the game just not being tested enough. I think they probably had more or less the same growths as an FE12. However, they realized, or they had like their FE1 or FE3 growths, they realized during testing that it's way too low and they're dog shit for the testers, which, keep in mind, the testers probably did not have more than like a month or two of testing. And they're outsourced, so they're not in-house testing, so they're not the same quality, probably. And they were like, these units suck, please buff them. And then the developers, in a last-minute effort to make sure that the units are not complete dog shit, they buffed them. Last minute, without any real testing to be done. I think that's more likely. Remove these talk events. Next up, Sneethark. So this time it's this one, Zehark joins. But at the end of the day, it's all hypothesis. We have no clue. We have no clue. And we can only hypothesize. If we mirror Call of Duty cycle, since the dev cycle was the same amount of time, it's likely they had 7 months of dev time, 1 or 2 months of playtesting, and then whatever was left went into polish. Yeah. Portions of the source code has been carried over from FE4 to the late 3DS era. There are some AI priority targeting tables for targeting children in Fates that haven't been used since the Lopterians. Really? That's the first time I'm hearing of that. Can you send me a link to that somewhere? Because I'd love to look into that. Because from what I've heard, the structure is always the same, right? But it's not the structure, it is, it's not the code that's always the same, it is the structure. Like, the folder names tend to be very similar, like portrait folders are always called face, for example, or just F. And that has been the case from at least FE9 up until FE12. And I'm pretty sure for the 3DS games as well. Same with like PID. Shadow Dragon also uses PID. Or JIDs for classes, job IDs. So the structure of it is very, very similar, and they've kind of nailed that down, I think, from now on. But, yeah. Nobody joins, Seahawk joins. Okay, Jill. Call of Duty rotates its dev studios for releases between Infinity War and Triac and others, so the game's effectively 2 to 3 years of development. It's not a good analogy. I see. PID Black Knight mentioned. True. Alright, let's do the next one. Jill joins. We can also do... R joins. Jill joins the Gryle Mercs. R joins the Dawn Brigade. So, cut, 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 and cut. And then what we do is we change these ones. So the first one is Jill turns blue. Which means we change this to Jill joins. This becomes R joins, and this becomes nobody joins. I'm getting the hang of this. Okay, Vika. Let's cross these ones out. Right. Then Vika turns blue. Yeah, Lucci turns red. Nothing ever happens. Vika joins. Yeah, Lucci joins. Lucci joins. By the way, John Doe, if you're still in chat, since you mentioned trying to make like a thing to get your students into coding, I think, or like as a test, I think probably the best thing you can do to make somebody interested in coding is try to have them explain like a game, for example, they like, and something they hate about a game they like. Or like an app they like or something. And then try to kind of look into it from the way of, you can just change this. You can just change this if you know what you're doing. Because that's what really animated me to try the whole modding stuff. There's been so many Fire Emblem games which are mostly good, but there's a couple of things that I just hate about them. And that I think is wrongly designed or badly designed, and I think I can do better. So I've just started to learn how to code because I wanted to change those things. And I think that is a really good motivation, because I would probably not have put, like, what is it, hundreds of hours at this point into all of this modding stuff, if not over 1,000 hours, if not for the fact that I just like this game and I want it to be better. $2 from Kirk. Wow! I'm not sure what the "wah" is a reference to, but thank you. Reminds me, hold on. I did put the Dawn Brigade, okay. Wow! Wah, indeed. Okay, but we now have Vika Nealucci joining. Next up, Tor God. Cross out the talk events. I don't know, I felt like it. I respect it. So we need the first one. Torma turns blue. Turn the other things into nothing ever happens. Torma joins. Torma joins the Ryle Mercs. And I think after I do today's session, I'll upload the new version. And then, so it can be tested. Because I think this is pretty much the only thing that really I would need to add to part 3. I still need to do, like, actually, no, I still think I need to do some changes to part 3 as well. But, yeah, I think I've done... Let me just check my notes, actually. I don't need to think, I can just check my notes. Yeah, I've done all the work until the tower, but I held off on changing 308, 314, and 315, which is part 3, chapter 7, 13, and 14, until later, because I wasn't sure how I was gonna do this. But maybe I can work on that today, actually. Because then it would only be the shop changes that's really left. Oh, I also need to do the team changes, actually. So that all works. Ah, that's gonna be a chore. Okay, I'm probably not gonna be able to finish this stuff today. Because I think if I don't do these changes, what's gonna happen is you're gonna... some units are just gonna disappear. Like, they'll be in one army, and they will... When others get transferred to another army, they won't. Because they're not included in the code, and I need to update it. We did Tormarke. Okay. We have... Warim joints. We'll see if we can maybe get the team changes done. It would be kind of nice to get it out today. War points to Ryle Mercs. Because, like, the extra work on the other chapters is just including the new characters, I think. And that's a whole lot of work. But those are not that important, I guess. For now. Okay, yeah, Warium joins. We have that one. Okay. Then it's Khalil. Talk event, talk event, talk event. Just 2 more. Okay, the first one we don't need, it's the second one, since she turns red. Lil joins. While we're at it, let's also just do Largo. Khalil joins. New characters, only Largo. Khalil already existed. Her join time is just different, or her availability. Okay, Khalil. Yep. I'll comment this one out. Because I'm pretty sure Largo is the only character who is in FE9 and playable, but is not playable in FE10. Which is weird. And I think if there's one character, like I kept asking people, who do you think should be playable in FE10 that isn't? And the answer I consistently got was Largo, which I think makes sense. Okay, we have the dialogue written now. Oh, I'm noticing an error. These need to be capitalized. I think that's the only one, though. Yeah. Let me check for capitalization here, too. Oh, is recruited. Haha, see, I missed this one, too. Okay, this may not be the most elegant solution. Let's see if this works. Because I'm pretty sure this is the dialogue. Yeah, we still need to change this. This is what decides whether they can talk or not. You skipped my song. I didn't skip anything, Tambo. I didn't skip anything. I just have the playlist running in the background. It's you who skipped it. I'm just gonna blame it on the Italians. AKA Tambo. I forget, Tambo, which ones of the songs did you make and which ones did Treatstar make? Because, you know, I'm not a music guy, so it's difficult to me for how to, like, remember. Oh. Too much. So Bangers, Dixie, and Desert Energy, though? Yep. Got some advice about FE6 hacking, about annoying errors and how to bypass them. So here's the thing, FE Builder detects errors in base FE6 and the FE6 translation. I would just ignore those. If you talk about actual errors that have, like, visible gameplay impact, I don't know. I've hacked FE6, but it was a chore. And I could feel it being held together by duct tape. Like, I tried, there were several, if you try to play it on an emulator different from VBAM, it just doesn't work. It crashes at a particular point near softlocked. And if you try to recruit Arlen with Wendell, which is an alternate recruitment who replace... Wendell is a new character and he replaces... Arlen replaces Hugh. The game just resets. So, the answer is, I have no idea what I'm doing. And I wish you all the best, because I can't help you. Unfortunately. I wish I could, but and that aside, I'm really not that good with FE Builder stuff. I mainly focus on the other stuff. Okay, we need to check is recruited. Here. So. If Braum talks to Meg is recruited. Actually, I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. Hold on. It's... Because if I'm seeing this correctly, what will happen is... In here, it checks if Meg is recruited. And it does that by checking if she is on the blue team. But... I can't really check if Braum is recruited as well, right? I guess I'd have to make this is Braum or Meg recruited, right? Because, I mean, if Meg is recruited or Braum is recruited... Bro, I have no idea. If you want to totally, like, new maps and everything for FE6, it's probably more stable if you use FE8 as a base, or make it in LT, and then just make it look like FE6. Because, again, FE6 is notoriously buggy, and there's a lot of hard-coded stuff, too, that you may not be able to circumvent. You can try it, of course, but just don't be, like... You may run into issues you can't solve. Or at least not solve easily. Yeah, you can check out the gamedev Discord. Should be... You guys can talk to each other there. I'm really not sure. I probably want ATM to help me out with this later. So I think I'll leave it for now and maybe talk with him about it later. Because I'm really not sure how to fix this. Yeah, so I think I'll leave that for later then. Let's recruit start. Check this with ATM machine. Alright, see you, Xander. Because I think this is now correct. But man, I am not sure. Let's try to do some other stuff, because I can probably figure this out afterwards. Okay, we have the dialogue as well. Let's check my nice little notes. Let's do the team changes. Yeah, I'll do the team changes. So, for the team changes, it should be in startup. We check for team. So what this game does is, this is what it does behind the screens, or like after or before a chapter with like party changes, right? If Ilyana goes over to the Grail Mercs, for example, that is done in a team event. For example, this is in the map where you get Toro Neo and the others. It checks for these units, and it transfers them to your real army one by one. It's also the thing that makes some units unavailable, like Fiona. And I've changed all of this already for part 1 and 2. But I've not yet done it for... hold on, team changes. Team changes in 308, also finished 308, okay. There actually aren't any team changes. Oh, you know what? Black Knight, I gotta make sure he doesn't appear. FE6 being a buggy mess, I think, is a little exaggerated. It lacks a lot of error handling in FE6 compared to 8, but it fundamentally works as intended. Well, it's not that the game is a buggy mess, it's that the code is a buggy mess. Like the behind-the-screen stuff. It's held together by duct tape, but you as the player, it's still a good game, right? Okay, now I gotta remember what this is. Okay, let's think about this. So, I think I need the team section here. Armies. Yeah, 5 is Crimean Army. So maybe put this here so you guys can see it a bit better. Can actually do something like that. So how it works, I'm pretty sure, is it says everybody who is in Army 5, which is the Crimean Army, goes to Army 8, which is the Phoenician Army. And everybody who's in Army 10, which is the Imperial Army, goes to Army 5. No, this is something different. It's not the armies I think it was. It is, it's something weird. Because this is also used to make units be in your army but not available. If I remember correctly. Let's double check this with the previous one, so... Here. V1 looks at the first unit in Team 5. After V1 looks at the first unit, it looks at the next unit until it runs out of units. And then it transfers all of them. But it's not the Phoenician army. They go into the Dane army, so that's 6. It's not armies. What was it again? I figured this stuff out before when I worked on it, but it's been so long that I don't actually remember. Wait, could it be in chapters? Convoy group. No, this is not it. Yeah, because convoy group and stuff like that is different from army group. Items. Skills. That's weird. Because I don't remember which one it is. Alright. I think we just need to take a look at it from the ground up. So, I'm pretty sure 5 is the Dawn Brigade. But these IDs are not correct. I don't think this leads to anything. It's either that or it's like delayed, where if it's 1 it actually means 5. I really don't know. Okay. Team 5. Team 5 is all your units. And it sends all of your units to 8. So 8 is definitely Mikaya's army. Then it transfers Marsha to 7 at the end of chapter 1. And transfer force all. Transfers all of 5 into 9. Okay. See, it's almost like 5 is the active army and not like one or the other. And they just switch around from it over and over again. Because in here, it's 5 again. So this is definitely not groups. It is just numbers. But this is active army then. So it transfers Lucina to 7. Then it transfers all units which are active at the end of the cave chapter to 9. And then I gave it unique transfer team IDs to transfer these particular units to 5, so they're all present on Joffrey's charge. Then at the end of Joffrey's charge, it transfers all units in Joffrey's army to 10, which is the secondary group that comes back in Alincia's Gambit. And then manually transfers all of these guys back to 5, which is again the active army. And then it takes everybody who was left in Army 9, so other than these units, and also makes them active. Okay. Okay, I'm back to understanding slowly how this goes. Then everybody who was present on Alincia's Gambit goes to Army 9. Let's make some notes here. Everyone present in Alincia's Gambit goes to Force 9. Right, then we have Lef and Liar. Get everybody who's in here. And then check and transfer them to 9 as well. Lef and Liar. I think I need to check the map for this one too. Because this is 302. Yeah, it's this map, but I'm pretty sure I did some changes here. It's Kiza and Liar now, yeah. It's no longer Lef and Liar, it's Kiza and Liar. So I need to change Lef into Kiza here. Because you get them here and then... Maybe I should just have them stick around. No, I think they join you. I don't remember, man. It's too complicated, too long. Or did I just comment this one out? Yeah, no, it still gets called here. Transfer to 9. Okay, this is where it takes everybody who's left in Alincha's Gambit, essentially. Out of Force 9. And then puts them in Team 5. But honestly... I think I'll just comment this one out. Like that. Because I honestly kind of just want Kiza and Liar to stay. I think I made it so that on the map where you get Ranulf, they appear in a particular location and you kind of have to save them, but you still get to use them beforehand. So this should be commented out. Then, this is where you get Nephany, Braum, Heather, and Har, and Ileana back to Ike's army. And then this is where you get Mordecai, Lef, and Liar to the active army as well. Honestly, maybe I should just make like a tier list for unit availability or something, or like a little document before I look into this further, because it is getting quite confusing, but maybe I can do it still. Hold on. So. Right, and Joffrey's gang stays with him. Then, in 305, Mordecai Lef and Liar. Yeah, checks all of them through and then sends them all into the active army, but I don't want Mordecai to be in there. Because I think I wanted him to stay with Joffrey. But I think I was also gonna just put all units into Ike's army other than Joffrey, and then you just get them taken away from you. to go back to Joffrey and then they return. I think that's the idea it was. So the question is, do I want Lev and Mordecai to be active here? And do I want to put all of Joffrey's squad into Ike's army? Until later. Let's see. Which one is Joffrey's map? It's 3010, okay. Yeah, that's Marauders. Because Khalil is definitely available, as is Largo. So honestly, I should probably just do it for all of them. And then sure, Ike has a lot of units, but they just kind of swap around. And I'm pretty sure you can just solo that map with Joffrey if you really want it. So, yeah. I think that's how I'll handle it then. So in 303, which is map where you fight Istvan, I think I'll just add all of Joffrey's squad here. Yeah. Marsha. Kieran. Astrid. Makalov. Wuhalada. And if they're not here yet, Khalil. And Largo. Hold on. Where was I? Holy shit, no. There. Why does it throw me an error now? For Largo. Oh, that's why. That's why comma was wrongly said. Let's make the cut here. So yeah, it'll take all units other than Joffrey and put them in Ike's army. Let me think, is there anybody else? Nealucci? I think Nealucci is already... Yeah, everybody who is present in Olencha's Gambit. So I guess that includes Nealucci. Yeah, Nealucci already goes there at the end of... Wait, active army. I added Nealucci here. Yeah, and then everybody who is in 10 alongside these guys go to Ike. No, wait, these guys go to Olencha's Gambit. And then in here, everyone present in Olencha's Gambit goes to Force 9. And then at the start of chapter 9... Can I just do unit transfer to force all 9 to 5? Because theoretically, everybody who is in 9 should go there. Because I don't think there's anybody else in Force 9. Because I think Alinsha as well. Yeah, Alinsha goes to 10. No, wait. Here. Everyone present in Alinsha's gamut goes to Force 9. Right, but Alinsha is in Force 9, but does not go to Force 5 here. So, PID Morty. We'll just add the other two, Morty and Ref. And then we will add Nealucci here as well. Let me think, is there anybody else? Heather. No, Heather's already in there. I think that's it. I think that's it. Right, so everybody here goes there. And 4304, that's 33, nothing changes there. And then in 305... What the fuck happens here? See, this is what I mean. Because they don't have variable names, this is so hard to read. So, V3 is Mordecai, Lef, and Liar. It gets everybody... V1 gets everybody in Force 9. And while it is in Force 9, it looks for the next unit in Force 1. Okay, that's just a while loop. So it just puts Mordecai, Lef, and Liar into your army. Which... I guess they already should be? Bro. Like, hold on, where did I put Liar? She's in... In 3... No, it's not the river crossing. It's 303. Which is not even in here, because normally you don't get her. But she does need to go into Army 5, because she already is in Army 5, because she gets recruited there. Because I removed her being removed after the chapter. So I don't need to add Kiza and Liar here. And Mordecai and Lef are already in the army. Or rather, they go into your army in 305. I think... I'm actually going to remove Lef and Mordecai here. Or, I guess Liar and Kiza are different enough. Let's just keep them there, I guess. And we just do the same thing here then, where nothing ever happens, because it already has happened. Right, and then end of chapter 6. 306, which is chapter 5, actually. That's the defense chapter. Right, all of them get transferred to group 10 to put on the back row. And then everybody who is from the Dawn Brigade, which we previously put in Team 8, gets made active in Team 5. Because we're now on Dawn Brigade map. Right? But this is at the end. Oh wait, at the end of chapter 5. Yes, that is correct. Yeah, at the end of chapter 5. So yeah, exactly. It says, as I said, everybody in the Dawn Brigade. Let's note this down. Everyone in the active army gets put into Force 10. Everyone in Force 8, Dawn Brigade, gets made active. Then, at the end of 3-6, it again takes everyone in the active army, Dawn Brigade, gets put into force, or put into, let's say, reserve. Put into reserve. And then everyone in the Grail reserve gets made active. Yes, that is correct. Okay. Then we're in Incandescent Glow, which is wait, this is 306, right? You keep the same army for 308, which is part 3, chapter 8. And then at the end of 308, which is Incandescent Glow, which is the lava map, makes sense. It takes all units that are currently active and makes them inactive. Hold on. Everyone in the active Ryle army gets put in reserve. And then what it tries to do is everybody it had previously set to reserve from Joffrey's army, it gets back. Yeah, it takes back. And transfers it to be active. But this is an issue because this won't work. Because a lot of these units are no longer in Force 9. So instead, we want to use the team transfer here to directly take these units and put them in the army. And I think we're even going to keep Leanne, because why not? Because it's like, sure, you know what, sure, let's just, the player can choose which one they want to bring. Nealucci, Stella, let's keep Heather there. Heather. Then we have Makarov, Khalil, Largo, Marsha, Uhalada, and think that's it for that army. Oh. Sheena. Lucia as well. We're just gonna make her join back earlier. Yep. Okay. And let me check. Yeah, I did put Largo there. Okay. So all the units become active here again. Then again, it takes these units, and I will just keep it the same. It takes these units again. It puts all of them in the reserve. Okay. Let's note this down. Everyone in Joffrey's army goes into reserve. Is this a bit loud? Turn that down a bit. Everybody in Joffrey's army goes into reserve. Everyone in... Wait, this is at the end. 308? Yeah, at the end of Marauders, right? This is correct. At the end of Marauders, everyone in Ike's reserve becomes active. And then these units also return to Ike. Yeah, that should be correct. Wait, Leanne shouldn't go to Ike though, because Ike already has Raisin. Oh wait, I can't do it like this, can I? Yeah, because it's after 307. Or 308 rather. So we have to do it like this. We have to use this code for it. So we have to oh my god, we have to check which one of these units could be where. Oh god, yeah, I'm doing this wrong. This is what I use the while loop. Okay, we need to go back a couple of lines. So, everybody who is in the active army of the Dawn Brigade gets put into reserve, and then everybody in Gryle's reserve gets made active. Makes sense. This is after chapter 7 of part 3. No, wait, after chapter 6. Wait, what? Hold on. Oh, at the end of chapter... Okay, at the end of chapter 5... Yeah, it's ED. The end of chapter 5. Makes sense, yeah. And then at the end of chapter 6, after you've played the map of the Dawn Brigade, you get back in power of the Rhylemarks. And then everybody in the active Rhylemark army gets put into reserve. Then we take these units in particular and make them active. But I can't do this with Khalil and Largo without also checking if they're in the army. Hi Tanfam, I'm currently very deep into a thinking mode thing. Okay, so that means we also need a while loop here. that checks... Because I can't put them in this army and then make them go back into the other one is the issue. So it would only be all units that are with Ike help Joffrey out. So everybody in the active Grail army gets put into reserve. Then we have the while loop 449, which was where Joffrey was previously put, which checks for all of these units. We can remove Khalil from this equation, though. And then... all of these are already there. So we can honestly just remove this completely outside of Joffrey. In which case... we're gonna do this differently. Everybody in force... let's put in reserve. Everybody in force 10. Yeah, we're just gonna do team transfer. We're just gonna make it always Joffrey. Joffrey in particular, because Joffrey always needs to be there. Joffrey gets made active. And then it checks for particular units in the Grail Reserve Army. And checks... and then transfers them to the active army. So it should check for which ones of these can be somewhere else. It can be Nealucci, so it checks if Nealucci is in the Grail Reserve. Then it checks if Heather is in the Grail Reserve. Then it checks if Khalil is in the Grail Reserve. Then it checks if Largo is in the Grail Reserve. And the other ones should always be there. So we removed these lines for Nealucci. For Largo and Khalil. And for Heather. So these guys will always be there, because they can't be on another team. But these units can be in the Dawn Brigade, and so they're only here if they are in Grail's army. And then Joffrey is always there. Okay. That sounds reasonable. Let me make a comment here. If these units are in the Grail Reserve... let me just put the comment a bit further down. And I guess I also should remove the comma. And the Grail Reserve, also deploy them to Joffrey's army. Then everybody in Joffrey's army goes into reserve. That's wrong, that's not what it should be. And everyone in Ike's army's reserve becomes active. And then everybody here should also... everybody who... because that's the last Joffrey map, isn't it? Yeah, that is the last Joffrey map. After this, you don't have any more Joffrey maps. Meaning that after this, everybody should go to... to 9. So... What we do then is we can remove most of these, right? Yeah. Yeah, what we do is we do this, copy this over, and then we do 9. So everybody in Joffrey's reserve joins back with Ike's army. Joffrey's reserve joins with Ike. The only thing I'm kind of worried are the herons. So I think what we'll need to do is we'll need to transfer Leanne in particular into Force 9. Yeah. And then we remove Nealucci, because he can be elsewhere. We remove Heather. Remove Khalil and Largo. And these units are guaranteed to be on Joffrey's squad and go back to... Okay. Okay. Okay, so that should work now. Then, at the end of 310, the Heart of Crimea, that's the one where Alincha is retarded and goes onto the middle of the road. What we do then is, at the end of it, is Racing even playable there? I think we just keep Racing there. So then the other thing it does is it checks for all the units that are normally present with Joffrey and sees if they're in Force 9, but that doesn't need to happen anymore. And then transfers them all to 5, but they already are in 5. So we can just comment this out. There we go. Yeah. And then this is for Just Cause 311, which I think is the... That's the bridge map, yeah. At the end of the bridge map... Wait, these guys get taken away from you after the bridge map? Hold on, let me check this out again, because this sounds wrong. Surely the game isn't this retarded. Stella. She is available in Chapter 9, available in Chapter 10, and in 11. She does get taken away from you for 2 chapters for no fucking reason. Wait, no. No, hold on. It is a good reason. It is because the next map is 312. Okay. 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 But for 313... No, wait, 3... Oh, both of those are Micaiah maps, right. So... Do these guys still need to be transferred, though? Because it puts them all in 9. Honestly, they don't. They should just stick around with Ike at this point. So we can also comment this out. So it transfers all of Ike's army. Transfer all of Ike's army to reserve. Transfer all of Mikaya's army to active. Okay, makes sense. Then make Toro Neo active. Okay. He already should be. I don't see why he wouldn't be. It might be a case where, hold on, at the end... Yeah, it makes Toro Neo inactive like the others, and then he becomes active here again. But we don't need this to happen at the start of chapter 312, because he already is active. Let me double check, but I think that's the case. Transfers all of them to 8, actually. Why did I not remove this already? Is this gay? No. This is coding. Okay, so I guess I would need to remove these guys, actually, since I don't want any of these to go away. Yeah, because it checks everybody who's active and then transfers it to 8, so we want to remove all of these, since all of them should be playable. Honestly, we can just comment all of it out. Or, well, I think I removed this, but I didn't comment all of it out. Yeah, let's comment all of this out. Just to be safe. Just to be safe. Okay. Then we go back to here. So, transfers all of Mikaya's army to active. Makes sense. Toro Neo becomes active. We no longer need to do this because he already is active. And then Nyla and Raphael at the start of 313 go away. This should not happen. Or rather, it should not happen with Nyla. So we remove Nyla from here. Actually, no, it checks 4-7. So, but 4-7 no longer exists, so we can just disregard this. And Nyla can't switch teams. So we can just remove all of this. But I think we do still want team transfer for Raphael. Because Leanne is going to join here. Actually, let me double check this because... Wait. No, chapter 14. Right. I made the dispo here where if Raphael is alive, Leanne does not join, but if he isn't alive, then Leanne does join. Which means that actually Raphael can just stay in your army. And the other units join during the encounter. Let me check the map for this. Let me also do a save. I haven't done a save in a while. So that's 314. Which I have added Naisala. Leanne. Does it need to be small? Oh, okay. So on turn 2, it always summons those two. And I think I also need to add a team transfer here, where we transfer Naisala, or actually he's called Nizara, I think. And then Nealucci to team 5. Double check that. Nizala. No, he's just called... I think he's called Nizara in one of the texts of the game. So we transfer both of these to be active in the army and then call the dispo for them. And then we also check if Raphael is alive. Go to L, okay. We also do the same with Leanne, but only if Raphael is not alive. Otherwise, she stays in the team she already is. Okay. So then nothing here needs to happen. Then, at the end of 3... at the end of 313, you go back to Ike. And this is where it takes all units in your army and transfers them to... No, it takes all units in Army 5 and transfers them to 8. Let me check Astrid again. So yeah, she is available in... in the finale. Oh, it checks Team 9 and makes all of them active. I see. Well, it should check Team 10 then. Because these units should be in Team 10. Because I'm... Well, actually, they should just be in Team 5. Yeah, because what it does is it checks if these units are in your army. And if they are, it puts them into Army 9, but we commented this out, so they should all just be in Ike's reserve army. So we don't need to check this. We can just comment this out again. And then it also makes Raisin active, which sure, why not? And then transfer Mikaya's army to reserve. Transfer transfer Ike's army to active. And I do think, just in case, because I'm not sure if they count as being here or not, we're gonna do 2 more lines here, where Sigrun and Tanith will also join you, if they aren't already. Then Ike gets active. And for the finale, or after the finale rather, it transfers all of Ike's army into reserve. Okay, and this is then the route split, so we need to change this as well. Is this FE67? No, this is a Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn rebalance I'm working on. It's not Shower Patch, which is a big one. It is a smaller one with smaller additions that hopefully have a huge impact despite the fact they're small and not all that much effort. I've been working on it. I think it's mostly done. I just need to like do a couple of things in the late game, and then we need to do some polishing and testing, which you can test it already in the description if you go to the gamedev server. But I'm currently doing some very complicated stuff with what unit is in what army. So, what we have now is it transfers all the units. Wait, first of all, transfers Ike's army to reserve. And then over here, transfers Mikaya's army to reserve. Transfers Joffrey's army to reserve. And this one transfers Ike's army to reserve. And then from this reserve, it essentially checks if these units are in your armies, and then puts them in here. And everybody who is not in one of these reserve armies, and not specifically mentioned in this list, just gets removed. So any new units we need to add here, or units that joined earlier. Which would be, let's see, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 12, 16, 20. 4, 8, 12, 16, 17. 4, 8, 12, 16, 18. So we can just add... We can probably change some of these around to make a little bit more sense, because this is only the initial placement of them. So what we will do is we add Peleus in here into Mikaya's army, because it fits that he's in there. Or actually, he probably should be into Barnes' army now that I think about it, since his story stuff is there. Sure. And then, I guess we can keep him there. But what we will then do is we need to put Largo somewhere, and we'll put him right here. Let me think who else is there. So. Let's go to the characters for FE10. Who did I make available earlier that's not in here? I think Oh, Nyla. Yeah, you only get Nyla in the tower normally. Let's put Nyla in with Raphael. So, Nike. Vika. Yeah, I need Vika and the others. Which, let's just put Vika here, I guess. Visa. Or let's put her into Baron's army. I think that also kind of fits. And then we put Mawarium here. And we put Topak here. It's all the chapter or part 1 units accounted for. Then where's Nealucci? It's in that army. Let's see, Lucia. I think she's also in here. Lucino. Here, yeah. Joffrey, is Joffrey in here? I don't think he is, we need to add him here. Joffrey. And then part 3. Renolfus here, yeah, he's here too. And often Olkiar here. Skrymir, we need to add Skrymir. Skrymir, since he joins earlier. We need to add Nyazala. Oh, he already is in there, never mind. Right, he joins afterwards. Arn, Peleus, Sanaki is fine. Bastion, Volcane. Cigarette. Yeah, I think that might be it. And then I think we also need to change these, because it says if below 20. So let me try to make sense of this, right. So this is the Micaiah army. So it makes V3 be all of the Micaiah army. And then it says V2 is 0. Okay. What is V2? And then it checks. If V2 is smaller than 20, it transfers units from V3 to V2. What? And it transfers units from this army. Oh, okay. If there's more than 20 units in Micaiah's army, it transfers them to... from V3 to V2. And then from the reserve into Army 8. What? That makes no sense. Huh? Okay, let's do another big thing. So V23. I really don't know what it's doing here. While V2 is lower than 20, which is true, so it runs a while loop. It runs a while loop, and then it checks if... Oh, okay, I see. Okay, I think I understand it now. So, it says the units in here are V3. Are Mikaya's army. And then it says active units. And then it says if the amount of active units in Mikaya's army is less than 20, then check all the units in the reserve that have these IDs and put them in Mikaya's army. So, we can, I think, just fix this by making this 24. Because otherwise, you're going to have more than 60 units, and it's not going to apply some of them. Because I think, let's count again. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 21. That's within the limit. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 21. That's within the limit. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 21. So all of them have 21 now. So if I understand this, is Skrymir in Mikaya's army twice? Oh, you're right. Thank you. Good catch. Good catch. I did not see that. Thank you. Yeah, let me check for duplicates now, but I think it should be correct now. Leanne, Sigrun, Tanis, Neolucci. Oh, let me check for Neolucci. I think I put Neolucci somewhere. I can't really control F for it because then it'll take like all the others too, but... no, I don't think I have them twice. Enough and Oki. Yeah, okay, that's correct. Marsha, Eddie, Ileana, Leonardo, Nolan, Lev, Mordecai, Laura, Fiona, Aaron, and Dunvet. And then over here... Wait, we have Nike here. Nyla. You get to use Nyla already? I thought you only got her in the tower. Because I don't think I added her there. I guess not. Yeah, we have Nyla here twice. Okay. So we have Nyla twice, that's fixed. Skirl. Argel, Voluk, Largo. Morim, Topak. Where is Khalil? I think she's at the bottom. Novoki, Makarov, Stella, Liar, Kisak. Yeah, she's at the bottom, okay. Brahm, Meg, Zihark, Peleus, Vika, Joffrey. Okay. That should be done then. And I don't think actually it's only 4. Okay, this is actually very simple. I don't think I need to change anything here. Because all this does is it says, okay, you switch to the other army without any, like, special cases. And then here it gives you Joffrey, which it doesn't need to anymore. And then here you're at the tower and it unites your forces again. So that is all the team stuff done. Shop changes. Okay. So the team changes should now be done. Let me make sure I save this. Beautiful. So the team changes are done. The shop changes I'll do at another date. And then It's a little bit more work on the chapters themselves. But I may just do that like tomorrow. Or after a bit of a break myself. And I think at that point, I can pretty much just ship this, so part 3 can also be tested after I'm finished with all of that. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do, and I'm gonna end the stream here, because I told my family that I wouldn't stream for too long today, and now I'm sitting here for 4 hours, but to anybody watching, it was actually very, very helpful. Like, you may not realize this, but because I just sat here talking to myself for what feels like half an hour trying to figure out the team stuff, but even just knowing that I'm doing it live in front of an audience encourages me to not get distracted and be retarded and do stupid stuff instead of actually working on things. So I was gonna play Stash Patch tomorrow, but maybe I'll just try and finish this tomorrow. Because then we'll have part 3 completely finished. This team change stuff was really cool to watch. Was it though? I feel like I was just talking to myself for like half an hour trying to make sense of numbers. I don't feel like it sounded fun to watch. But maybe it was. Who am I to judge of that? But yeah, I think now... Actually, let me... Maybe I can finish it today. Let me see if it really is just... the changes that I think it is. Maybe I like watching paint dry too? Maybe. So, let's take a look. Because I have added... I've added Peleus. Peleus, Tourney. I've already added all of these, haven't I? And I think I've added them in the code as well. So, I probably, with finished 308, I probably just meant the scripting stuff, which I think I have done now. Let's check one of these out. We can check for... Let's check for Visa. Yeah, I've already done this stuff. So I don't need to do 308. That should be finished, apart from that one thing I need ATM's help with, to make sure that the team changes work. But I'll have to ask him for that. Then it's... 314. Let me check what I even need to do there. It was this map. This is just where I wanted to make sure that... I think the idea was why I said finish is because my idea was if you have units recruited to Ike's army that normally aren't there, then you can fight them here. But I don't think that's necessary. At least not for this first version. Let me double check here, because I'm pretty sure I also just changed the blue units. I just change all, or like disable all of these animations. Or not animations, armies. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I changed the locations of these and I added some deployment slots here. So you can use a bunch of units here. But I haven't really changed much else, but that's pretty much the only thing that needs to be changed other than like the fancy stuff afterwards. And then it's the finale. Which I think I have actually changed as well. I again just haven't added the existing units as like conditionals where they're on the map and you fight them. Let me check the script for this. So... yeah, this is Anna. And I think I just made her start blue. Yeah, I made her start blue. And again, I think most of these are... because, again, the thing I did is I removed the green units, so you have to actually kill the enemies yourself now. And because the green units can't die anymore, it forces you to push a bit further. So I guess this is done as well. Who's this guy talking to? Myself. I'm a YouTuber, that's what we do. We talk to ourselves in an empty room. Let me just think... possible unit beam swaps later. Okay. So we have that then. That means the only thing I need to do, other than the shop changes, is to finish the code stuff with ATM later, if he has time, and then I can release it. Because then all of Chapter 3 should work, or all of Part 3 should work mechanically, unit team-wise. It's only the shop stuff that won't, but I will need a little bit of help to determine what would be good items for the Dawn Brigade to get. Because I've played Part 1 so many times that I know that really well. But I'm not quite so sure about Part 3. So... I'll see if I can get this out today. It kind of depends on if ATM has, or somebody else has time to look at it with me. But we'll see. There's already a beta available where you can play Part 1 and Part 2 in the gamedev server, so do check that out. And that being said, I think I will do another stream tomorrow, potentially, so keep an eye out for that. And I think with that, I will take my leave. Let me maybe see if anybody's streaming before I do that. Is somebody streaming? I don't see it. Oh, Davis is streaming. Big D Davis, my brother! Brother Davis. Let me redirect over to him. I don't even know what he's playing, if I'm being honest. It's not that I don't watch him, but, you know, I just am really bad at remembering which game he's playing when. There we go, details. I'll see you in a second. YouTube loads. There we go. I was playing Fate's Conquest Lunatic. Right, that's the one I actually don't watch because I don't want to get spoiled. Alright. So with that being said, I want to thank all of you guys for watching. Let me go over to the beautiful, beautiful outro screen. Play Berwick Saga, Rip Dvorak. I want to thank all of you guys for watching, and please remember, I still need testers for this, so if you want to retry playing FE10, join the game dev server, try the hack out, and tell me what you think. Give me feedback. Give me feedback. I need feedback, okay? I need lots of testers. I need lots of help in that department, so if you're willing to test, if you're willing to play the game, please try it out. I am Pepsi Man? No, I'm engaging, apparently. But yeah, other than that, thank you guys for watching, and do make sure to check out Davis' stream with Conquest Fates Lunatic. Bye-bye!